So, your family in general,
The whole funeral and stuff.
and then your dad's
Yeah, my dad's
cancer,
cancer treatment.
and your aunt. Still? Okay. Those three. Anything else added to that?
Yeah, my dance competition, I think.
Your dad's what?
Dance
Oh,
competition.
dance competition. Amethyst. Shh. Any other requests this morning? Okay. Let's pray. Shh. Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for the weekend that we had, the rest we got, the things we were able to do, the just the fun we had. And Lord, just help us now through today to be conscious of what we're doing, what we're saying. May it bring honor and glory to you. Okay. And Lord, just help us. We have several requests. Um, just continue to pray for Aaron Moscato with his recovery from the eye surgery and then the preparation for the next one. Just pray that you just help him in that. Just praying for Sophia with several things with her uncle's funeral, the family's preparation there, her dad's cancer treatment, her aunt's cancer situation, and then with her dance recital, just pray that you just help each of those requests and be real to those and give her the strength that she needs in the recital. We just continue to pray for Ricky's grandpa, and just help him. You know the situation there. And Lord, we just want to praise you for what you've done for Pastor and the progress that he's making. And it is my understanding that he has been released from the hospital now and is just recuperating there before he returns here. But we just thank you for what you've done. Continue to be with him and as he recovers, and just we thank you for everything, Father. Just again direct us today in all our endeavors in thy precious name. Amen.
I got it.
Okay.
And I have a really big girlfriend.
Shh.
I'm just kidding. I don't like it. It's ripping.
Okay. I believe I believe that was the last thing we did. Okay. Okay. Amethyst, have a seat, please. Gabby, turn around, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is okay. You're not going to cooperate. Did we do that one? Did we finish all those? The 5 characteristics of a friendly person? We finished those? We did all those? Okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay. I had the wrong page written down. Okay. Let me. Oh, that's why it's not going, because I don't have it plugged in. There we go. Okay. So here we are. Here's where we're starting today. Again, this is ways to gain friends. And our 6th way is to be considerate. Okay? Make sure it's all up there. Make sure I'm mic'd up. Okay. YJLADIG and Y again. Glad to see you all online today. The D was Doug. Why'd you sign on? Okay. So, huh? N? I didn't say N. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said YJLADIG why again?
Oh, and why?
Huh?
Why and why?
Wait, we don't have to. Why are you playing with us? There's Isaac.
I said why again. She's on there twice. Isaac's not here today.
Miss you guys.
Isaac's not here, but he's here in spirit. Okay. 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 Good to see you all online. Okay. To be considerate. Proverbs 29:7. The righteous considereth the cause of the poor, but the wicked regardeth not to know it. So, how would you define consideration? Well, your book has it this way. Have regards for the needs of others. Being considerate of who's speaking. Being considerate of what someone's trying to get done. Being considerate of just everybody that's around you. Okay? And the needs of others. Okay? Those needs can be astronomical, and we don't know what all those needs are, but we still need to be considerate for those needs. The feelings of others, having regards to the feelings of others. So, you do that, you do those two things, what's your results? The results of being considerate are they cause one to act with less haste. Okay? Shh. You're going to act with less haste. You're not going to rush into things. You're not going to react to things as quickly. Okay? So you're going to act with less haste. It is.
Oh wait, makes one
Okay? Makes one more aware of the needs of others. And there we are. Okay? Really short today because I want you to work on your lesson 18 quiz worksheet. Okay? DLs, you just got it. Isaac, I'll send you yours here in just a little bit. I wasn't sure what was happening. So I'll send you a copy here in just a minute. The rest of the DL list has theirs. I just sent you a copy about 5 minutes ago, about 10, 15 minutes ago. Everybody in the class has theirs. Let's get it done. Get it in. Your name will be off the list. Okay? And so, DLs, I'm going to sign off with you today. Real short today, real short and sweet. Be considerate. If you haven't gained friends, do something that's going to help you gain friends. Get out of my sight! Okay? Okay. We'll see you later, DLs. Bye.
Okay, page 166, identifying levels of usage. Okay, so this is kind of talking about our writing in this unit. Okay, good writing is clear, concise, and look at this, guys, correct. Okay, that is actually a lot harder than you think nowadays because a lot of people don't know how to write or talk correctly. You cannot write well unless you choose every word carefully. This unit will help you learn to choose words which give clarity, conciseness, and correctness. To be a good writer, you must be familiar with the commonly recognized levels of usage. Okay, look at number 1. There are 2 levels of usage. What are they, class? Okay, why is Austin and Maya and all of them the only people participating? Okay, what are they? Standard and non-standard or substandard. Okay, let's look at what standard English is. Okay, number 2. Standard English has 2 major divisions, formal and informal. Okay, formal and informal English, they are both correct. Can you please put the chips away? Okay. Standard English, they have formal and informal, but those are both correct. It just depends on your situation or what you're writing in which to use either formal or informal. Okay, let's look at this. Look at letter A. Formal English is the most correct, highly polished form of English. Okay, as a rule, formal writing and speech, which would be included in like official declarations, petitions, business letters, letters of condolence, serious essays and books, and any other form of learned writing or speech. This is where you would use formal English, basically writing in your best language, the best use of conciseness, best clarity, different things like that. Here are examples of formal usage, okay? I shall accept his invitation. Adrian, take your hat off. Gabby, take your hood off. I shall accept his invitation. The apartments have not yet been completed. Mr. Potter will return momentarily. Those illustrations are indeed fascinating, okay? Even just reading those, you kind of sound like kind of formal, or you kind of talk a little, fancy like, okay? Note, contractions are not used in formal writing. Look at informal, okay, or colloquial. Yep, because can't is a contraction, okay? So informal English is the language of everyday speech. So most of us, if not all of us, talk informally. I don't think I know anyone who talks super formally. Adrian, take the sucker out of your mouth. Okay, I wasn't going to say throw it away. You can say save it for later, but that's fine too. Okay, informal or colloquial English is the language of everyday speech. I don't really know does anybody know who speaks formally? Like super fancy? I don't think so either. But it just, with an accent, it just sounds a lot more formal. But informal is the language of everyday speech. What's your question? Not annoying, but in my mind, I'm just like grammar Nazi. Not stupid. In my mind, I correct them, but I don't find it like super annoying. Now, if it's like, because like I have tons of friends who definitely don't speak formal or informal or formal English. They speak some kind of, I don't really know, not even mixed. It's just like below informal. But I mean, in my mind, I'm correcting them, but I really don't. I'm not like, hey, talk formal around me. Okay? No, they're actually from here, like in California. But that's why it says colloquial, like it's kind of like regionally or something like that, okay? Look at this. Informal English is used to give writing or speaking a friendly conversational tone and is appropriate for friendly letters, familiar essays, humorous writings, and other informal contexts. Here are some examples. I'm going to accept his invitation. Notice there is a contraction there. I'm. They haven't finished building those apartment yet. Mr. Potter's coming back. Those pictures are terrific, okay? Most words are standard English are appropriate for either formal or informal use. We'll look at that in a second. So that's standard writing, okay? Non-standard or substandard writing, or English, is careless speaking or writing that makes an individual appear uneducated, okay? So maybe this is what people choose to write in or speak in, non-standard. It is filled with grammatical errors and slang. You should avoid substandard usage in your conversation, and the only time you should use it in writing is to depict the conversation of uneducated characters in a work of fiction, okay? So if you guys talk non-standard, like I don't think you guys are uneducated, but if you could talk formally or informally, that would also be a good use of your learning. Here are some examples of substandard usage. I'm gonna accept his invite. Them apartments ain't done yet. Potter will be back in a second. Them pictures is really cool. Okay, I don't know why, but it kind of just, exactly, it just kind of sounds like a southern accent. Okay? Well, because a lot of people from the South talk like that. I'm sure some people in the South, most people in the South, I'm sure know how to talk, obviously. But just because it's like the jargon and like just how people talk, it's like how they are used to. Okay? I wouldn't say stereotype. It's just like that's how they talk. Like that's how a lot of people talk. And same thing. If you talk, guys, if you hang around someone, if you hang around someone who talks a certain way, pretty soon you'll talk a certain way like that. Okay? So it's kind of like that area, but I'm sure like they're just as educated and just as, knowledgeable. But like that's a lot of Californians. Okay. All right, look at number 4. Okay, number 4. Something that'll help you with your words is using a good dictionary. Okay, using a good dictionary will help you use words correctly. Words without a usage label or usage notes are considered standard. They may be used in both formal and informal English. However, certain words are appropriate only for informal use and would be labeled as such in a good dictionary. Notice good dictionary, okay? Obviously, children's dictionary is for little kids to understand, but a good dictionary will help you understand words and how to use them. Okay, look at number 5. Choose a level of usage that is appropriate to your purpose in writing, okay? So we do have a book report coming up, and we'll talk about that more in depth as we get closer to the due date, which would be April 16th. So I'll give you a long time to read your book. But with writing your book report, you're definitely going to want to write formally because it is a good essay. You don't want to talk or write the way that you talk. You don't want to say, I'm gonna write about this and all this other stuff, okay? So you want to make sure that you write in good, at least standard English, whether formally or informally, but not non-standard or substandard, okay? So standard formal English is used to most formal and serious contexts. Standard informal English is used to create a friendly conversational tone and is appropriate for informal contexts. Make sure the style is appropriate to the occasion, okay? Look at exercise A, standard and substandard English. Rewrite the following sentences. You don't have to rewrite them, but let's say them together, or raise your hand and tell me what you would put here, okay? Look at the first one. It's done for you. We were blown away by their extreme generosity. So you're basically just going to write about using standard English, which would be formal or informal. Okay, blown away would obviously be something different. But what do you think they mean about blown away, class? What does it say? We were really surprised by their extreme generosity. So that's what we're doing here, okay? I'm sorry, I ain't never been there, okay? Raise your hand. What would you change about here? Andrew? Okay, good. I'm sorry, I have never been there. Anybody put anything else? Okay, good. I haven't been there. Good. So whether I have never, haven't been there, you can write either standard or formal or informal. Okay, so everything that they're giving you is substandard or non-standard. Okay, I've never been there. Good. Okay, that's fine. Number 3, you did an awesome job on that report. Okay, what would be another or a better way to say awesome? Amethyst? Okay, you did an excellent job on the report. You did an exquisite job on the report. Anybody else? Good. Okay, anything besides awesome? Okay, number 4. I think I'll hit the sack early tonight. Okay. Do you know what hit the sack means? Exactly, go to bed. Okay, so I think I'll go to bed early tonight. Okay. Anybody else have anything different here? Okay, I think I'll go to bed early tonight. Number 5, we pigged out on pizza after the basketball game. Okay, what would you change here? Instead of pigged out, what could you say? We devoured on pizza. We feasted on pizza. We what? Did you say drank out? What? You drink your pizza? What does she do? She like blends it? Ugh. Ugh. No, when I got all four of my wisdom teeth taken out, I just feasted on macaroni and cheese for like 2 weeks. Same, but I still had macaroni and cheese because it was soft noodles. All right, okay. Your book says we gorged ourselves on pizza after the basketball game. Okay, feasted on pizza should be fine. Okay, number 6, you shouldn't get so uptight about your speech. Okay, what do you think they're trying to say here? You shouldn't be so anxious about your speech. You shouldn't be so upset about your speech. You shouldn't worry about your speech. Okay, something along the lines of those. Number 7, just chill for a minute. I'll be right with you. Okay, what is chill? Calm down for a minute. I'll be right there with you. What else? Just wait for a minute. I'll be right with you. Or just relax for a minute. I'll be right with you. Shh. Okay? Good exercise B. Exercise B. Formal and informal English. Evaluate, guys, stop talking. Evaluate each of the following sentences as a part of formal essay. If the sentence is appropriate, write yes in the blank. If the sentence is inappropriate, write no. Okay? Be prepared to discuss each inappropriate sentences. Okay? So formal. You're looking for a formal. Go ahead and do exercise B. If it's good enough for formal, maybe something that you can include in an official declaration, a business letter, a letter of condolence. Okay? Something that is formal that you should be with your best speech and vernacular. Write yes. Okay? If it's something casual, then write no. Okay, number 1, Belize is located in Central America on the Caribbean Sea. Yes or no, class? Yeah, okay, that's formal. Number 2, its capital, Belmopan, is one huge city. No, okay. Huh? Exactly, so that's why I'm trying to help you. Okay, number 3, this beautiful country is bordered by Mexico and Guatemala. Yes. Since Belize is close to the equator, it's really hot there. No. For many years, Britain and Spain fought a lot about who owned this land. No. Belize is now a parliamentary democracy governed by a prime minister. Yes. The country's chief exports are sugar, citrus fruits, and fish. Yes. They say that clothing and wood are other important exports. No. Okay. What's wrong about that one? Good. Okay. Who says? Right? So you want to say clothing and wood are other important experts, or localists say that clothing and wood are other important experts, or something like that. Okay. You can't just say they. Okay. We don't know who they is. Number 9. I've heard that English is the official language of Belize. No. Tourism is an industry that is becoming increasingly important. Yes. The scenery there in Belize is great. No. Visitors to Belize may visit many ancient Mayan ruins. Yes, good. Okay. So we'll talk about correct diction tomorrow, but we just did our homework. So if you were following along, you have no grammar homework, but go ahead and take out literature really quick, and then we will go over that. It's just an outside thing. Wouldn't put it. Never said that. You have to do it outside of grammar and literature, but not out of this class. Okay. We didn't finish Christian perfection, but go ahead and turn to that page on page number 220. Actually, 224. Thank you. Okay. Friday, you should have read, or it was homework to read page 226 to 232. So if you did not read that, make sure you do, because possibly, most likely, there will be a reading quiz over the Sober Mind tomorrow. Okay. And then as well as your vocab quiz, but we'll go over that in a second. But let's go ahead and look at page 224, Christian perfection. Okay. Christian perfection, written by William Law. We kind of started this a little bit on whenever we had it, Thursday possibly. Or was it Friday, Thursday? Anyway, sorry. What did you say? It was, okay? Well, you want to also mark on this theme that it is the love of money that is the root of all evil, or the love of riches is the root of all evil, not the riches themselves. Make sure you know that about this. But if you guys look at the very first paragraph, okay, I now answer directly the question whether Christians are asked literally to sell their possessions and give it to the poor in order to have treasure in heaven. And if you don't know this Bible story, there was a rich man that came to Jesus one night, and he said, Lord, how should I inherit the kingdom of heaven, or how am I able to go into heaven? And actually, the Bible says Jesus that you need to sell your possessions, give unto the poor, okay? And a lot of people kind of mistake this as, okay, is Jesus saying that I literally need to sell all of my possessions and be poor that I might inherit into eternal life? In class, do you think that's what Jesus was saying here? No. Okay, so let's look at what Jesus was saying here. Okay, look at the second paragraph. When the Lord begged the young man to sell all, he required him to renounce the self-enjoyment of his estate, to live no longer in the gratifications of his plenty, but to offer it to God in works of charity and relief on others. So no, Jesus Christ is not saying that you need to sell everything you have and live destitutely in order to gain the kingdom of heaven. But the whole concept of it is you need to be able to be okay with it if you don't have these riches. If you don't have riches, if you don't have all this power, okay, are you going to be okay with it? Are you going to be okay with only having Jesus, okay? It says, look at the next paragraph. Now, the selling all is only a circumstance of parting with the enjoyment of riches. So here we see that the love of riches is kind of what Christ was depicting on Christian perfection is here. He says, it's the love of riches and not riches themselves, because riches themselves, obviously, they're not a bad thing, okay? Obviously, one would want to be really rich and famous one day, which wouldn't be a bad thing. But here's the thing. If you love it so much that it's the thing that controls you, if it's the love of it that you're obsessed with, it's all you live for, kind of like what we learned about in contentment, where, remember, he says, I don't ask for a lot of things, but then he continues to list on all the things that he wants. Same thing with the mansion, where he did a lot of good deeds, but then he ended up with a shack in heaven. It's the love of these riches that is the root of all evil, okay? So that is the theme for Christian perfection, all right? So continue to read pages 226 to 232. Note the author and what goes on in the story of the silver mine, the characters. Make sure you mark that, okay? Last but not least, go ahead and take out your vocab. Your quiz 8B will be tomorrow. Friday's homework was roots, prefixes, and suffixes. So make sure you turn that in if you haven't already. But go ahead and turn to list chapter 8, or not chapter 8, list number 8B. Again, make sure you are noting these Um, commonly misspelled words, okay? How to do analyze, annual, breathe. The differences between breathe and breath, okay? Which one is breathe, class? The one with the E. Breath is obviously without the E. How do we pronounce number 5? Okay, why don't we look at it? Because we should be looking at it, okay? Number 5 is dessert, not desert, okay? Emphasize, fundamental, influential. Number 9, how do we say that, class? Liaison. Notice number 10, omitted. There's only one M, 2 T's. Philippines. Also, Amethyst, I remember because in the Filipino or in the Tagalog alphabet, there's no F. So Filipino is kind of like with an F is like the American spelling of it. No, we didn't. Like in America or in the Philippines, it's Filipinas. That's the Tagalog word for Philippines. Like with an F, that's what I said. It's because they don't have the F language or the F letter in their alphabet. Okay, physician. Notice the differences between 13 and 14. 13 is quiet. 14 is quite. Okay, similar and simile. Thoroughly, unnecessary, and the differences between weather, with obviously the weather outside, and weather. Maybe 2 options here. Okay? All right, so let's go through our vocab really quickly, but make sure you are studying. That's what you should have done. Exercise B. Okay, for those of you who did not do it, please come and show me that it is done. Okay, let's go ahead and work on, we already did exercise C, correct? Good. Okay, make sure you're studying your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes for tomorrow's quiz. Okay? Exercise B, if you did not do it in class, remember I said to close your book and then complete it? You're on page 66, correct? Yikes. This whole time we've been on the wrong list. Okay? Good. All right, so make sure you're studying your roots, your prefixes, your suffixes, your synonyms, and then spelling list 8B. Okay? So I'll write that on the board. Tomorrow we will have a reading quiz over the Silver Mine and our vocab quiz. Then we'll go over using diction and grammar tomorrow. But tonight, homework, make sure you guys are reading your book report. Okay? Your book for your book report. If you do not have it yet, or if I have a list of those who didn't tell me what they have quite yet, or if you have the book, you can hold it up or something like that, but just make sure you do have that. The Wizard of Oz. All right, guys. So that is homework tonight. I'll write it on the board, but you guys are dismissed.
Guys, quiet. I know it's a Monday. Okay, but it's time to focus back into school. Yes, ma'am. What? Yes, I could print those right now. I was going to print them after.
Imagine making a bracket with every possible win or lose game. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, I know, right? It'd be like 100 or something.
More than that.
Yeah.
More like trillions.
That'd be more. Trillions?
No, not trillions.
Well, it's every game possibility. So it can be a lot.
Yeah, pretty like.
I said probably like hundreds. Oh, I thought you said just
I
100.
feel like
It
that
can be
was like the can't be hundreds that final score differences for each one. Probably 800. Probably 800, 900. Something like that. I'll give you like 25.
You said you take great care of it, Gabby. It's not looking good right now. I haven't even opened the book.
All right. Put everything else away. Notes out. No one's talking at this point. Once we go through the notes, then we can work on something after. Okay, Sophia, those are printing out. They'll probably be done, and I'll give it a couple minutes, and they'll probably be done. Hopefully it went through. All right, but we're going to pick up where we left off. Okay, we're not doing a lot, but we are going to try to get through these. After this chapter, I do believe we have a test.
What?
I believe. That might be the other class, but I do believe. Maybe not, though. Might be the other class.
Why would Britain think?
I think we have one more chapter at this one. It's the other class. But we will have quiz. What's up?
Why would Britain think like, hey, let's colonize Australia by sending all the rejects there? Like that's gonna be a good thing.
It'd be fun.
That's what they did. All right, yeah, 76. We left off. It's been a while, I know, but we've been talking about New Zealand, Australia, these different areas that Great Britain had an impact on or through. Okay, but Britain began colonizing Australia in 1788 by sending convicts and debtors to settle the land. Okay, basically it's like a trial and error process. Hey, we're going to send these people, we don't really want them here. Okay, so we're going to send them there, see if they can make anything out of land. And then if they do, then we know it's prosperous, and then we can go and kind of like take it over. Okay, the convicts soon settled into a life of, shocker, okay, they sent these people that had these problems, and what did they end up still having? These problems. Okay, a life of idleness, drunkenness, thievery, and immorality, all with each other. Okay, colonial authorities encouraged free settlers to colonize Australia. Okay, Christian groups saw to it that strong churches were established and missionaries were sent to these people, these natives of Australia, known as the Aborigines. Okay, so now that people were there and that they were still living, they had problems. So now we see Christian groups going over there, going to the native people. Okay, Aborigines would be these native people. Okay, by the 19th century, the colonies were finally prospering, these British colonies in Australia and some of the native colonies that were already there as well.
Hey Adrian, how can I put this on here? What? I was thinking, like, wow, I haven't heard Isaac go, it's so long.
What's up? You go check. Yep, just knocking on the door first. He might be in a class. All right, but this is going to bring us to a time of prosperity in Australia. Okay, that's known as the Australia Gold Rush. Okay, so about 150 years later, okay, in 1851, this Australia Gold Rush happened, and it greatly escalated the rate of colonization. Okay, people are starting to find this precious metal of gold. Okay, when they find that, they're like, oh, okay, more people need to go there, just like when California had theirs.
It's like Minecraft.
More people wanted to come here. Okay, but we see this happening. Okay, Australia's population, because of this gold rush, increased by nearly 800%. Okay, because people found gold, not really thinking, they're just probably thinking, oh, it must have unlimited gold. Okay, obviously gold will run out. Okay, but thinking there's gold there, people are all going there trying to get wealth, okay, trying to prosper, and their percentage or percentile went up to 800%. Yeah, I'm not really turning on, but if it does get hot, it will kick in. What's up?
I miss basketball.
Yep, me too. I want to play.
I miss basketball.
I almost went.
Just still have practice.
Okay, you said we were gonna play Newport.
No, we can't. Can't.
Why?
Girls have 2 volleyball games that week, so Mr. S doesn't want to have a driver 3 days that week. So. All right, moving on. Okay, Parliament. Ask questions later. Parliament granted Australia because of this. Okay, as their population's growing, they're kind of becoming self-reliant. Okay, but Parliament of Britain granted Australia self-government in 1850 and in 1901. It became an independent commonwealth with its own parliamentary government. Because the population was growing so much, Britain couldn't really control it anymore. They kind of became their own, so they kind of just helped them, assisted them with creating their own system of government. Obviously, we know Australia as its own continent and country today.
So, let me get this straight.
And those giant spiders.
Australia talks like that because it's basically British slang. Am I right?
Yes.
Convicts.
Yes, it's like Haiti. They speak a type of French. It's called Creole. It's originally from French, but obviously it's their own slang. So it's called Creole.
But I mean, the reason their accents are the same, but different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same as in Haiti, because I've actually been there. I've witnessed it. Yeah, they have a French accent, but it's not really completely French. I mean, if you know Creole, you can pretty much understand French, but French is like the proper version of Creole. Same as like Spanish. You have Spanish, but then you have like less proper Spanish. Okay, you kind of have that. But you understand each other. It's just not exactly the same.
Bro, Australia's just like.
Okay, but moving on. This British Commonwealth is going to become known as the British Commonwealth of Nations. Okay, as we see, again, Britain having an effect on all these different areas, just like Australia, like just talking about them. Okay, but Australia becoming their own, so they create this British Commonwealth of Nations. It's an association of nations acknowledging the British monarch as their symbolic head. Okay, so these different nations that are their own because Britain helped them through a time. Good shot, Jaden. I'm just messing. Okay, but we see them creating this British Commonwealth of Nations for everyone to still recognize England as the head. Obviously, today we see they kind of grew out of that, became their own even more. Okay, but this is how it was in the early times.
I swear, how did Britain go from being the mud hole of Europe to ruling over everyone and being like all proper?
Everyone just has their
When did that
phase.
happen?
It's like sports. Everyone has their highs and their
It
lows.
was such a glow up.
Yeah.
It went from like, it was like from Aaron to Andrew.
Yeah. Put your chair down. What's up? Aaron's gold. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Aaron is gold.
Aaron's gold as in like jokes.
Put your chair down.
I was just kidding.
All right, the next note. Okay, with England having this British Commonwealth of Nations saying, hey, we're still the head of everyone, although you've kind of become your own. Okay, there is this question posed known as the Irish question. Okay, this is where debates in England over a long, strained relationship between Great Britain and Ireland. Okay, it was known as the Great Britain, meaning like Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England all being Great Britain. It is true. Okay, Ireland wanted their own freedom, and we've heard the story. Scotland wanted the same freedoms, the whole freedom, like the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Shh, guys, Sir William Wallace, if you guys have heard that story before, okay, all that stuff, trying to earn freedom for their country. Okay, with this growth, okay, and with how England's going to control them, okay, the main and key way, gentlemen, the key way they did this, England did this, was through, what do you think?
Slavery.
Nope.
Through
Something that still has a lot of power. It's not the kinghood, but it's the,
Parliament.
get in there. You're moving the right direction. There it is. The church. Okay, the key to this, okay, was religion. Religion became the key issue preventing peace between England and Ireland.
I was watching a show on Netflix, and it was in Ireland, and this British guy came over, and they were all like bullying him because he was supposed to go to like the guys' school, but he went to the girls' school. So they're like, you can't go to the guys' school, you would get bullied so hard for being British.
Random story,
Yeah.
but
Good talk.
has some facts. Okay, but this is going to make an act have to come into play okay, known as the Act of Union, not bloodshed. The Act of Union, okay, they're trying to have peace. Ireland obviously wants their thing. England wants their thing. Okay, they're trying to have peace. Religion was one of the main issues. Okay, England being mainly Catholic at the time. Ireland kind of being a little bit different, a little more Protestant, and other things. Okay, but we have this Act of Union in 1800s. Okay, this act officially joined England and Ireland and the other British Isles countries together, like Wales, Scotland. Okay, the Irish Parliament was abolished, and Ireland was permitted to send Protestant representatives to London. Again, England being mainly Catholic, Ireland being mainly Protestant, but they did have a few other like tribal religion stuff going on. Okay, but we see this act allowing this kind of conjunction of them working together. Huh? Probably not until we get to World War I, dude, which is soon. So soon. So
Why are we talking about like the American, the Spanish, whatever it's called, Spanish War or whatever, something Spanish. American War? Yeah, Spanish American War.
why are you asking me? Because we're talking about just Great Britain right now. We're talking about just Great Britain right now. It's just how it is. I don't know. I'm doing a Becca this year. That's what they wanted me to do. Why? Oh, you mean you just trim them? You just said it like cut. I was like, why would you do that? All right, but we see this other act being made, which was known as the Catholic Emancipation Act. This has allowed the Irish Catholics to vote and to sit in Parliament, obviously, for England. Okay, the Catholic Emancipation Act. Okay, obviously this still wasn't great. Okay, but it did allow Ireland to have some of their own independent will and power. Okay, it gave them a vote, a say. Okay, except they still had to be what? Catholic. Okay, they didn't really accept the Protestant side. Yes, sir. Quickly, do not take 20 minutes like you always do.
I don't.
You get like 5 minutes. You get 5 minutes.
No, he has shoes like Mr. S.
No, he has a phone.
Leave your phone on the desk. Throw it. I'll catch it.
Nice catch.
Don't throw your phone.
Then throw it for real.
All right, here we go. Okay, something that's going to affect this, though. Okay, Ireland, as they're getting a say and everything. Shh. Guys, quiet. Put his phone down.
You see that looks like me?
Shh. No, it does not. Okay, we see this famine come. Okay, we're seeing Ireland kind of get their own power now. Okay, they're having a say. Everything's going well. But this famine does come into play, and it really affects Ireland's growth. Okay, but yes, it was known as the potato famine. Okay, it occurred in the 1840s, and thousands of Irish people died of starvation. Obviously, one of their main crops at this time, okay, a lot of their main carbs they would eat would be some kind of meat, whether fish or like chicken or lamb, something like that. They would eat a lot of stuff with potatoes or beef. It was meat and potatoes. That's basically what they ate. Okay, they had no potatoes because something happened, so they had this drought in it. The potatoes they did have rotted, most of them. Most of them were rotted, black, so it's known as potato famine. Disease from insects, most likely. Okay, but we see this happen, and because of this, millions of Irish people migrated to the U.S. Yes, ma'am. Interesting. Actually, I also have a relative that came from Ireland and Germany. Great-grandparents.
Both of my great-great-grandma and grandpa or whatever came over because potato famine.
My great-granddaddy's from Ireland.
Where's your tilt, bud?
I am originally from Russia.
Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, which brings us to this, okay, this kind of group. Okay, it was known as the Ulster. The Ulster. Okay, it was the 6 predominantly Protestant counties of the Northeast Ireland. Like I said, Ireland was mainly Protestant at this time. There were Catholics, there were other tribal religions at this time. Okay, but these prominently Protestant groups or Protestant counties were known as the Ulster of Ireland. Okay, Ireland didn't, again, we're talking about this British Isles, mainly is England. Okay, but now we're talking about a little bit about Ireland, which is actually one of my relative countries.
Did you know that Kerwin was one of the original 13 tribes of Ireland? Oh! We have a family crest and everything. It has these 3 crows on it.
Cool, cool.
Really incredible, right? Yeah. Actually,
Shocker.
I found the
It's a real
crest
shocker
that
that would go along with amethyst.
That's sad.
All right, here we go. Okay, but we see Ireland gaining their freedom and becoming a free state in 1921. Okay, Ireland was partitioned at this time. 26 of Ireland's counties became the Irish Free State with membership in the British Commonwealth of Nations. They became their own. Finally, they were recognized as their own, just like Australia was recognized as their own. Make sure you're doing notes back there, Adrian. Okay, you're already having punishment for not wearing the right clothes. Adrian, sit up. I know you're not sleeping. I see your mouth moving. Okay, sit up. You did this note, huh? Yeah? How did you do the note when it wasn't even up there yet? So you're not doing notes. So you lied. So bring them up. Let me see 87. All notes.
99%.
Stop putting your head down, dude. Sit up. Okay, so we see them being partitioned at this time, becoming a free state. Okay, they didn't win their full independence, though, until 1949. Okay, Ireland, yes, that is a picture of the Ireland coast. Very rocky, high shores.
Leap year! That's exactly what it looks like.
It's also kind of, I mean, they weren't here, but it's kind of like in Thor, if you've ever seen it, when his sister Hela comes back, they're kind of on this rocky shore. That would be similar to the Irish shores. Okay, but they won their independence in 1949. It is now called the Republic of Ireland, and it is completely independent of the Commonwealth of Nations. Okay, they are their own as of today. They're their own country. Okay, there are kind of 2 parts of Ireland, though. Okay, the northern part of Ireland, Northern Ireland, is the 6 Protestant counties we had already mentioned that are known as Ulster. Okay, Northern Ireland are the 6 Protestant counties of Ulster who chose to remain as part of Great Britain. Okay, it is part of Ireland. Okay, but they call it North Ireland basically because they're like, hey, we like Great Britain. Okay, we like what they help us out with. We like their assistance. Okay, so we're part of Ireland, but we're the ones that want the help from Great Britain still. Amethyst has them, I believe. All right, this is going to bring us back to England and kind of with the people that were ruling at this time. They weren't very good, to be honest. Okay, but we see the first one we're going to talk about is the son of Queen Victoria. Everyone good with this note? Nope, close though. What's the other very popular English name? No, that's more France. No. Starts with an E. There it is. Edward the Seventh. Edward the Seventh. Okay, he's the son of Queen Victoria. He did not share his mother's resolution to be good. Okay, he was not a good man or a good ruler. He was publicly immoral, but was so charming, his people did not really protest with the bad things he did. I'm sure he did a lot of stuff. Okay, but we see this going on. But again, people for some reason liked him, so they didn't really, like, in our words, impeach him or get rid of him. Okay, during this time, okay, we've heard this kind of belief process before. During this time in England mainly, but in this whole Great Britain area, okay, the belief system of everyone, okay, as it was kind of moving away from religion, kind of, it's still kind of religion, but it's not completely religion. Okay, it's a type of belief of creation. Okay, they believed in, do you guys know?
Creationism.
Starts with a D. Starts with a D. Nope.
Darwinism.
There it is.
Let's go.
Darwinism. Okay, also Also known as, okay, it is a type of evolution. It's not exactly the same, but it is a type of evolution, Darwinism. Okay, in Darwinism, to give you a brief summary, I could go in hours and hours saying, hey, this is what it believes, this is why it's wrong, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe in a extra class later on, when you guys are in a higher grade, we'll have like a, what are they called? An elective class over that kind of stuff. Okay, but Darwinism, this is where it replaced God the Creator with time, natural processes, and chance. Everything happened by chance, or it was just that way just because, or like because time has progressed, people have progressed. Okay, things have progressed. Not on, hey, we have a creator. It came from something and someone. Okay, this theory proposed and was set down in Darwin's book On the Origin of Species. You'll want to know that book, the name of the book, and that Darwin wrote it. Origin of Species. What did you ask, Austin? Yes, sir. Yeah. Is everyone good with this one? All right, there you go. Quickly write it down. Andrew, Austin. Just cross it out. All right, Darwinism. Our next man we're going to learn about is another person kind of in that affected this belief as we're finishing up Great Britain. Kind of this belief system of the people and religion of the people in this time period. The early 1900s, late 1800s. Was this man affected kind of the mindset of people? Is Thomas Henry Huxley. What a name. Thomas Henry Huxley. Okay, look at those chop burns on the side. Those aren't sideburns anymore. Those are chop burns, dude.
Was this guy Jewish?
I don't know.
Chop burns, you should get rid of those. Like he's actually good looking.
All right, here we go. Just when it gets like super thick and long. Okay, we see Thomas Henry Huxley. He coined the term agnostic to describe one who believes that the existence of God and anything but material reality cannot be proved by human reasoning, and this is not an important area of human inquiry. Basically saying, hey, basically, I was getting there. Okay, we've heard this mindset before, this belief of people before, but basically this guy was just another type of atheism. Okay, it wasn't quite atheism. He wasn't denying all facts of a creator or something happening like that. Okay, but he did deny, hey, there's no way that there's a God. Okay, per se. Put your chair down, please.
Atheists over here, and they're like, this could be us, but you playing.
Okay, he again coined the term agnostic, which has some similarities to atheism, but it is not the same. Okay, another belief during this time. Okay, we have Darwinism, agnosticism, or agnostic, if you want to remember it that way.
Totalitarianism.
Nope. We have materialism. Okay, this is the idea that matter, so things that we can see, feel, touch, okay, is the only reality, and that everything in the world, including thought, will, and feeling, must be explained in terms of like physical or matter. Okay, that one should be able or be easy to remember. Materialism, talking about material things, basically saying, hey, if you can't prove it by sight, by touch, by material or matter, it is not real. Which obviously we don't believe that, because a lot of things we believe, you have to believe in faith. Yes, ma'am. Quickly, yes, ma'am. Everyone good with this one? Okay, and then the last one we're going to talk about, we've talked about this one before as well. Okay, this is the idea that government should own, or at least control a nation's economy. Not quite. Socialism. Socialism. This is the idea that government should own, or at least control a nation's economy. So including business, factories, and other means of production, saying, hey, we control every factor of life. Obviously, we don't believe in that. Okay. In some ways, we do. Like, it's important in some areas. I think that we could have that, but not for all. Certainly not in our country. We don't believe in that. Where? I'll fix it later. Thank you. Okay, but we see in order to provide for the needs of the people. Again, we've heard this term before. We should know that one.
Wait, so communism is like socialism, but
Yeah, a little bit. There's still some differences. If you really like research on both of them, there are differences. But yeah, you could quickly put it that way. Communism isn't just like, that one's like not even where it just controls, but it enforces. Like this is kind of like, hey, for the betterment of everything we're going to control. Communism is like, we don't care about betterment of anyone. We just do what we want.
It doesn't make sense. How is government controlling everything make everyone less better?
Because they think making everyone robots makes it better.
It's more fun being on.
Okay, during this time, again, in the 19th century, this group of British people that were socialists, Gabby, okay, were I struggle saying this word, I'm sorry. Utilitarians. Okay, utilitarians. They were a group of British socialists in the 19th century. They taught that the goal of life is the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Okay, exactly, doesn't really make sense, but that is a quote, so I can't really change the words on that. Okay, the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Basically saying, hey, this will give us the most happiness for everyone. Yes. There you go. Okay, again, this is a thought process in this England and Great Britain area during this time, the British people.
Honestly, this doesn't even make sense to me because I'm very selfish. I don't care about anyone else.
Doug, keep your chair down. Okay, two of the main leaders of this time for the utilitarian movement. Okay, we're almost done for today. Quickly write this one down. Our two leaders is Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. These were the leaders of the utilitarian movement. Okay, you don't really need to know much about them individually. Just know that they were the two leaders of this movement, of this socialist type of movement. There might be a question on that. An assassin? Well, you can join the group with Noah Barnett because he also wants to be.
Suicide bomber, mad bomber, destroying everything. I'm an assassin. Hot culture.
All right, but we are going to see another group. Okay, they call themselves a Christian socialist.
Of course.
Shh, they don't. Okay, but they call themselves this, not understanding that if you're a true Christian, you can't have those two words together. Okay, but this is a group who wanted benevolent social reform, but did not want to take the Bible literally. Okay, we've seen people like this before. Okay, people that take religion and use it as their like motive or something to back them up. Okay, this is, or leverage. Okay, that's basically what's going on with this, saying, hey, we want this to have social reform for people to be, per se, better. Okay, so it would be like me saying, hey, let's do this. Let's be like Christian in this area, so it'll make us like more proper, clean, and better standards, that kind of stuff. But I don't want to believe everything because I still want to do that. You know what I mean? That's kind of what they were saying. Basically saying, hey, let's use it for what we want. Yeah, let's use it for what we want, and then not for everything. Shh, ladies. Okay, again, these were known as the Christian socialists. Yes, as Jaden said, those don't really go together. Okay, possibly our last note for today, we have our next group, which were known as the Chartists. Everyone good with this one?
Yes, sir.
You're not good with this one?
We are.
Well, I don't know what that is. Yes or no? Okay, Chartists. This is an organization of laborers who demanded immediate voting rights for all men. Okay, and we're going to talk about some of these, per se, Christian socialists and stuff tomorrow.
Wait, haven't men been having suffrage? What's going on?
What?
I said, haven't men been having suffrage? Why are they...
Women in the corner, you.
Well, remember during this time, like, it was all, they did, but they didn't. It was only like the selected few. They're like, hey, everyone should have their vote, that kind of stuff. Okay, but we see Chartists is an organization of laborers who demanded immediate voting rights for all men, not just like the parliament or not just these royal people or nobles, but for everyone. Yes, they're still fighting for men's rights, so imagine women's rights isn't even a thought right now at this time. It is kind of funny. All right, for homework though.
No, homework. Mr. Corliss, I'm bad. Yeah.
For homework though. Okay, please forgive me. It has been a little while, so I got out of focus on what we have done and haven't. I could check my squares. Yeah, we're not doing a section review. Did you guys do page 308? You did identifies.
We did chapter concepts 1 and 5.
You did 1 and 5 for chapter concepts, correct?
Yeah.
That is it, just 1 and 5. Perfect. Okay, you guys, I had this scheduled, but I didn't know if you guys did it or not, so good things you guys were honest. Okay, no. We are doing concepts to consider or chapters to consider on page 308. Page 308, chapter concepts. 2 through 4 all. 2 through 4 all. It's only 3 questions. Okay, it shouldn't be too hard. There's no game tonight. There's practice though. Page 308. Chapter concepts. So make sure you do the chapter concepts section. Questions 2 through 4 all. Make sure you look at and read the whole question. Some of them have a question or a statement and then a following question or statement. So make sure you read the whole thing. Those ones shouldn't be that hard though. Make sure you get those done and turn it in tomorrow as our assignments will be adding up. I will be finishing the essays probably. I'll have those done by Wednesday. So I'll get those into the grades as well. Other than that, most of your guys' grades are in. Maybe like 1 section review, and then the essays are the only thing that aren't in. So that's it. So make sure your grades are getting turned in. Make sure those who grades are not, you're doing your homework. That's one way to really help you. That is it. You guys can be dismissed a little early. It's like a minute early.
Human beings are so stupid. Mankind is so dumb. We're literally fighting
Yeah.
with
All right, welcome to geometry. Let's go ahead and turn that up a little. There we go. All right, we are on, yes. Exercises 319C number 4. Exercises 319C number 4. The shortest line that can be drawn from a point within a circle to the circle is the shorter segment of the diameter through that point. What? Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So, diagram is on the top of page 158. So, make sure you guys have your books open. Okay. We're to prove that PA is less than PC. We're given the suggestion to start with OC minus OP must be less than PC. So, we are given circle OP in the center of, in the interior of circle O, diameter AB through point P, and line PC. All that is our given. All right, we're going to go ahead and draw OC, because we can. All right, and then I know that because I have a triangle here, OC must be less than PC plus OP.
You're gonna hate me, but what was the homework for Friday?
We'll talk about it later. But OC is less than PC plus OP. Because the sum of two sides of a triangle is greater than the third side. Now then, I can subtract, listen up please, I can subtract OP from both sides to get OC minus OP is less than PC by unequal subtraction. Well, we also know that OA must equal OP plus PA. Okay? And we also know that OC and OA have to be equal because radii of the same circle are equal. So then by substitution, I can say that OC is equal to OP plus PA. Okay, which then also means that OC minus OP must equal PA by just regular subtraction. So then PA must be less than PC by substitution. And this one does have an asterisk. Oh, so did 3. So real quick, add number 3 to your proven statements.
Do we have to add it to the proven statements when we're done?
That's what I'm going through right now.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, just numbers 3 and 4. So numbers 3 and 4 of 319C need to be added to your proven statements. The text is in your book.
Hey, and our homework was 319A 1 and 4, yeah?
Again, we'll discuss that at the end.
Sorry, I thought that was right, but I was good.
Okay. So these two exercises are what you need to add to your proven statements. You're just adding the sentence they give you. Okay. So make sure those get added in. In the meantime, let's go ahead and look at exercises 319D. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to get that set up.
Okay, so we are now.
I minimized it.
You said 1 and 2 for 319C? No, 3 and 4? 2 and 4.
What?
For 319C, it's 2 and 4, yeah?
3 and 4.
3 and 4, sorry.
Is this one I want? Yes. I'm sorry, haven't we proven at some point that if we inscribed a quadrilateral in a circle that it's a rectangle?
No, if we just inscribed or whatever as parallelogram, it's a rectangle. That's what. No, it wasn't a theorem. It was like an exercise.
Rats. Nope. She's right. Okay. So much for that idea. I thought I had a shortcut. Nope. Rip. All right. This is going to be fun. All right, we ready? All right, I'm going to go ahead and go. Exercise 319D, number 3, prove that the opposite angles of an inscribed quadrilateral are supplementary. So this statement here should also get added to your proven statements. Okay, the opposite angles of an inscribed quadrilateral are supplementary. We will have that proven by the end of this here. So we are given that there is circle O and inscribed, quadrilateral ABCD. That is given. Assume this is an actual circle. Again, it's really hard to resize this program, but what are you going to do? All right, number 2. It's going to be real fun. All right. Angle A equals half. Oh, goodness. Helps if you spell it correctly. A is equal to half arc BCD. Copy. Paste. 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 Okay. Angle B is equal to half arc ADC. Angle C is equal to half arc BAD. And angle D is equal to half arc ABC. All right, because they're all inscribed angles, they have to be equal to half their intercepted arc. Oh, you got to be kidding me. All right, I'm not going to talk through this one, but it's just addition. Okay, but the reason I'm not going to talk through it is because, yeah, it's going to be fun enough to type.
Hey, what's the next one? We have to do 3, 4, and
D number 3.
okay, 6. So we just put the opposite angles and inscribe. Okay, go. We take off the go.
Jaden, can you please turn up the air to 72? Thank you.
Mr. X, how come you're pink for Derek and blue for Gabby?
What?
Like, 'cause it shows.
Oh, you worried about the online thing?
Yeah.
Because that's what Google decided to do.
Why don't you just show up at the same color?
It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know.
Totally suits you. Like, nothing Mr. X doesn't.
There we go. Okay, finally. All right, guys, listen up. Thank you. All right, So through addition, we can add the pieces together. This is just kind of a tedious one. All right, number 4. You've got to be kidding me. Arcs BCD plus BAD equals circle O. In a big shock to absolutely no one. Not control O. And arcs ADC plus ABC equals circle O. Whole equals sum of all parts. Now, we know that circle O, can you not do this right now? No, but you're right in front of me. Go. Circle O is equal to 2 straight angles. No. A full rotation is 2 straight angles, by definition. All right, what? The sum of all degrees in the circle? Yes, but I refuse to use degrees in a proof. Because ew. Ew. First of all, radians is a thing. Second of all, it's just not how you do proofs. I'm okay. I'm not better. Except that I am. Okay, so then. Now, real quick, I know that these arcs are equal to the circle. The circle equals 2 straight angles. Can anyone see where I'm going with this?
Arcs BCD plus BAD equals 2 straight angles.
Yep.
Circle O. Or whatever. Yeah, that's what you want. 2 straight angles.
Yeah, I'm just substituting. All right. Okay, ready? Ready? And copy and paste. Hold on. Oh, rip, nope. Half.
All equals a straight.
I know I'm like butchering math and regular text notation. I don't even care.
You're messing up the math there.
Okay. Then, because I know half these arcs equals these angles, that must make angle A plus angle C equal to a straight angle. And angle B plus angle D equals a straight angle. Substitution again, man. They're supplementary. Whoops, rip. Definition of supplementary. Well, I'm not adding anything. I'm substituting in the quantity A plus C. For, yeah. All right, so make sure 3 is added to your proven statements. We're going to move on to number 6, though.
Do I have to add proven statements?
Hey, guess what? Yeah.
Which one?
D, number 3, and number 6 now. Sure, that looks right-ish. Okay. Number 6 says to prove that the tangent of the vertex of an inscribed isosceles triangle makes equal angles with its legs and is parallel to the base. So I'm proving 2 things. First of all, I am proving angle DCA is equal to... Hold on, before I keep going. Yes, I need to prove that angle DCA is... Wait, what? Oh, it helps if I'm reading the right proof again. And is equal to ECB. So I'm proving that. And then I need to prove DE parallel to AB. All right, does everyone see how there's 2 statements there? Okay, cool. So let's go and get started with that. Our given is circle O. We have inscribed an isosceles triangle ABC. DE is tangent at C. Okay. I know then that, first of all, notice I have parallel lines with transversals. Oh, wait, no, I can't use parallel lines. What are we doing? Shame on you, Abeka. Boo. They did not mark number 5 as required, yet use number 5 to prove number 6.
Yeah, that's like the whole
Okay, so angle B equals angle DCA, and angle A equals angle ECB. Because if a triangle is inscribed in a circle and a tangent is drawn to any vertex, the angles formed between them, between the tangent and the sides will equal the other angles of the triangle. This is from exercises 319D, number 5. Hey, guess what you guys should add to your proven statements? This. This right here. Please add this to your proven statements. I blame Abeka. Because Abeka did a check mark instead of a star. That's why. All right. Yep, I'm going to throw them right under that bus.
Number 5, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Number 3. AC equals BC. Guys, why might this be true? Just think it through for a second.
What are you talking about? It's not true. Sight? Sides opposite equal angles in a triangle are equal. Oh, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
It's easier than that.
Base angles of isosceles triangle.
It's easier than that.
Definition of isosceles.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We're told it's an isosceles triangle.
I hate you, Andrew.
We're told it's an isosceles triangle. So by definition, those sides are equal. All right.
Two of your proven statements have died.
Number 5.
Me too.
I haven't done his proven statements at all.
Angle B must equal angle A because in an isosceles triangle.
Base angles.
Actually, I can just say in a triangle. I don't need the word isosceles. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to do that. Base angles of isosceles triangle
Did I say that? You said no?
are equal. That was the wrong step. Actually, wait. Then why did we bother with step 3 then?
Exactly.
Step 3 is completely unnecessary. Ha. Rip. Okay, number 5. By substitution, then, angle DCA is equal to angle ECB. So that right there is the first thing we needed to prove. Right?
Yep.
Highlight the stupid row. All right. It didn't even highlight the. Okay, fine. Fine. No, I will overcome this. Okay, here we go. You're gonna be purple. All right. So that's the first thing we were supposed to prove. Okay. So if that's the first thing I'm supposed to prove, stop. No, I do not want you full screen. If that's the first thing I need to prove, the second thing I need to prove is that I have parallel lines. Well, that's going to be real easy to do here. By substitution, then, angle DCA is equal to angle A, and angle ECB is equal to angle B. This is just also substitution. If angle B equals angle A, angle B equals DCA, angle A equals... They're all equal to each other.
Oh, I didn't see the tangent. Okay. I was looking just at the time.
Okay. So, moving on, guys. Okay. So, I have 2 lines cut by transversals forming alternate equal alternate interior angles. Therefore, they are parallel lines. So, DE is parallel to AB. I should really put the spaces in there. I'll put it in. If 2 Lines are cut by a transversal so that alternate interior angles are equal. The lines are parallel.
So we don't have to use number 3 at all.
No, number 3 is completely unnecessary. It's because of the way they worded the reason to number 4. But had you just used the alternate form of number 4, you're done. So, yeah, it could be one step shorter, but I don't feel like going back and fixing it. So, yes, I am being that lazy. All right. So those are the 3 proofs for today. Homework. Yes, that's kind of how that works. All right, first of all, in section A, you will have number 5. It is 7 steps and has this diagram. Okay, so here's the first bit. So far, so good? Cool. Diagrams are also on Google Classroom, by the way. I did upload them there too. All right, the second part is in exercises B, number 1. This one has 4 steps, so that's part 2. All right, so you have A, number 5, B, number 1 as your homework. Diagrams are now in the doc and on the assignment in Google Classroom. So A5, B1.
Wait. So exercise 3.19A, number 5.
Yes,
3.19B, number 1.
correct.
Okay, sorry, it's just really confusing.
Yeah, I don't like.
3.19!
Yeah, I don't like this section. Don't worry about it. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. Huh?
Number 1 has 7 steps, you said?
Yes. No, number 5 has 7 steps. Number 1 has 4. Because this numbering makes complete sense. I guess I did it to keep from having to number up to, let's see, how many total are in here in this section?
It's gotta be at least 40, man.
8 and 6 is 14, and 6 is 20, and 12 is 32, and 8 is 40, and 29 is 69, and 6 is 75. Yeah, I guess I didn't want you guys to see that there were 75 exercises in the section.
Trying to frickin' trick us, man.
It's like, you could have just numbered it 1 through 75. That would have actually been easier for everybody. If you want headings, put in headings. No one cares.
It was B number 1, right?
Yes, A5, B1.
Oh, I switched.
All right, we good? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later. Are you kidding me right now?
Hello, DLs. Hello, class. DLs, I'm going to put you on interruption here for just about 5 minutes. The volleyball players need to take that quiz 22 that we did on Friday. So I want to just take the first few minutes of class to do that. So let me just put you on interruption for right now, and we'll be back. Okay? Okay, DLs, we're back live. Live from 107.2 CCS. I don't know. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're on lesson 110, finishing up. The class sees it on the board, but this Thursday you have a test number 8. Test number 8 is not open book, so make sure you're ready for it. Probably make it a 2-day test, so make sure you are ready for it to go on Thursday. The next volleyball game is when? Tomorrow? Do you have one Friday? Just curious. Okay. Do you know where on Friday? Just curiosity. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Good for you. Sorry. If I had my candy here, besides that candy, I'd give it, let you get it, but I don't. So, no. You didn't hear what I said. Okay. Okay, batteries is where we're at. Right there, we're on page. Shh. Hey. What's the problem? What? Guys, it's enough. Okay, so a battery is any device that produces an electrical or produces electricity by any means of chemical reaction or uses that electricity to produce a chemical reaction. Okay, and it is called a electrochemical cell. Okay. Now we talked about this a little bit back when we were talking about cells in series, cells in parallel, that type of thing. But this is basically this is the definition of a battery. Okay. There's 2 major categories of electrochemical cells. Shh, Austin. Okay. Used to produce electricity. Anything like that can be handled later, right? Okay. Start off with the voltaic cells. These are cells that are not designed to be recharged. Okay. They are charged once. When they go bad, you have to dispose of them. Okay. Voltaics. The other one is called the storage cells. Okay. Cells that are designed to be recharged. Now, generally, if you look at this, you got that picture's talking about a car battery. Now, you don't go out every day and recharge a battery. Okay? But your car batteries do go bad. They do lose their charge. They stop producing electricity. So you can go out with jumper cables is what they're called, and with another vehicle jump the battery, put more juice into it, okay? But here's the thing. When you start doing that to a battery like a car battery, okay, it is pretty much the sign that the battery is starting to wear out. Okay? Batteries last for 3-4 years generally. Okay? And so if you keep track of it, you know when you need to replace your battery. Sometimes you will leave your lights on or leave some electrical thing going on in your car, and your battery will die. And then you can recharge it, and that's not hurting your battery. That doesn't mean that your battery's going bad. You just drain the juice out of it. When you recharge a storage cell like this, a battery, you need to let the car run for a while so it's charging it up. Okay, don't just jump it, turn it on, turn it off, and expect it to run the next time. It may not have taken enough charge to start your car the next time, but a battery can be recharged if it needs to be. The special conductors on they're called terminals, located at the exterior of the cell, used to tap the electricity produced. They're called the anodes and the cathodes. The anode is the electrical electrode through which electrons exit the electrochemical cell or the battery, and the cathode is through which the electrons enter the cathode. So you got your negatives and your positives aspect here. Okay? The anodes go in, they go out, the cathodes come in. Maybe you look at it this way. Anode, the A stands for away, going away. Cathode, okay, C for coming in. Okay, good. Storage cells. Two major categories, right?
Yeah.
You're on the bottom, page 8, right?
No, on page 9.
Okay. I didn't underline it. It's called terminals. Thank you. Okay. So one or more electrochemical cells connected to terminals as a single source is what we call the battery. Okay. So this diagram shows you inside the battery you've got the terminal, the storage cells going on. Each of those is connected to both of them actually, both of those, the anode and the cathodes. Okay. Now, increase in the voltage is where we get this cells in a series aspect. Okay. So a standard voltage dry cell produces electricity at about 1.5 volts. In situations in which more voltage is required than a single dry cell, cells can be arranged in series to boost the voltage. So when cells are arranged in series, the voltage of the cells are added together. Okay. So example, if four 1.5 volt dry cell batteries are placed end to end with positive terminals of each battery in front of it, the voltage added to the combined volt is 6, because you're just adding 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, and 1.5, giving you a voltage of 6 for that. Okay, so that's voltage or cells in a series. Now, cells in a parallel. Okay. Okay. Austin. Okay. Okay. Now, there's another increase in the current also happens in your cells in parallel. An individual electrochemical cell is limited in the current can produce because it can overheat or explode if too great a current is required. get these little fuzzies from this mask. If more current than one cell can practically produce as needed, cells can be arranged in parallels to boost the maximum available current. Okay? Now, keep in mind that with a parallel, you're not adding the cells together. Your main voltage, your source of voltage is what each cell is going to have, because it's not adding to the next. So unlike cells arranged in series, a group of cells arranged in parallels has the same voltage as the single cell, or the 1.5 volt, okay, instead of adding them together. So the basic differences between the cells in series and cells in parallels is that these two things. Electrochemical cells can be arranged in series when higher voltage is required. And B, electrochemical cells can be arranged in parallel when more current is required. Okay? Voltage and current is the difference in the two. If you want more power, you put them together in a series. If you want more current going through, then you put them in a parallel. Yes, sir? Nothing really on that, was there? Did I miss an underline? So under letter B? I guess I could just look at my notes. Oh, the top. My fault. Okay. So on your notes, number 6, increasing current, you should have underlined should be cells in parallel. Okay, my bad. Okay, so again, cells in parallel, you're increasing the voltage. Cells in parallel, you're increasing the current, okay, flow. So let's talk a little bit about electric generators. We start off with the term electromagnetic induction. This is the ability of magnetism to convert mechanical motion into electric current. Okay, so here you have a diagram of someone that has a magnet, and inside these coils, magnetized coils, he is circling inside, okay, and creating electrical current. Showing on the diagram, the dial there is creating such an amount of current. So that is an electromagnetic induction, is creating the current, creating the flow, okay? The primary drawback of this is all electrochemical cells eventually die out when their active chemicals are then used up. So the more you do it, the more you are using up all the cells, okay? And therefore, that's going to go bad. But when it's fresh, it really works well. Storage cells can be recharged, though, to replenish their active chemicals, but that requires electricity, okay? And that electricity has to come from somewhere. So if you are relying upon the coils, the spinning, to create electricity, then you are, kind of out of luck, because you have no source to develop that electricity. This gentleman, Hans Christian Oersted, he demonstrated that an electric current can directly produce mechanical motion by generating a magnetic field. So about a decade later, after he discovered that, these two gentlemen, Michael Faraday, an English scientist and Christian, and Hans Christian Ørsted, they both then discovered that the process also works in reverse. Mechanical motion can directly produce electric current by the magnetic force. Okay? So keep in mind that phrase that we had one of the days last week, that electricity and magnetism go hand in hand with each other. Okay? And this proves that by that magnetic force, the electricity can come. Michael Faraday and Hans Christian Ørsted. Now, the findings of Faraday were this. He used a galvanometer. That was a device that detects and measures very small electric currents. When he used that, he noticed that when he moved a magnet through the coil, the galvanometer needle moved as well, indicating that there was an electric force or a current flowing through the wire. When he withdrew the magnet from the cell, the needle moved back the other way. Okay? So just through his process, he discovered and realized that there was these electric currents going on. So rapidly moving the magnet in and out of the coil generated an alternating current in the coil. Okay? So Faraday discovered that current can be generated by either moving the magnet in and out of the coil or moving the coil back and forth over the stationary magnet. Okay? So it's not the magnet that's creating it, and necessarily, or it's not just the coil that's creating it, it is both. It has to have both of them working together. It doesn't matter which one's moving, okay, just as long as we get the current to go. So Faraday also discovered that the conductor must cut the lines of magnetic force to produce a current. Merely moving a conductor parallel to the lines of flux produces no current because it does not cut any lines of magnetic force. So the ways the strength of an electromagnetically induced current can be increased are: 1, by moving the magnet more quickly. The faster the magnet moves, the stronger the current. Okay. And B, by increasing the strength of the current, by increasing the strength of the magnet. Excuse me. Yeah, that's letter B. By increasing the strength of the current, by increasing the strength of the magnet, and then the third one is by increasing the number of turns in the coil. Okay, so the faster you go, the more energy. The more you do it, the more energy. Okay? And somebody with a strong, firm arm that does it well can increase it. So you got moving the magnet more quickly, increasing the strength of the current, and increasing the number of the turns in the coil. The three ways the strength of the electromagnetically induced current can be increased. Okay? Everybody done with those? Okay. So, Faraday realized that electromagnetic induction offers a simple, practical way to generate electric current by using a generator. A generator is just a device that uses electromagnetic induction to produce the electricity. Yes, sir? Yes. So when the electricity goes out, and if you are fortunate to have your own generator, okay, then you can turn on the generator and the generator will produce the electricity for your house when no one else in the neighborhood has electricity, okay? And it's not changing anything, it's not ruining anything, it's just giving you a added surplus of energy, current. So the invention of the electric generator made the production of large quantities of electricity practical. Okay? And that's why we are able, when electricity goes out, that we can plug in a generator, okay, or turn it on and get our electricity. So you say, well, how does the generator work if there's no electricity? Well, generators are ran on fuel, okay? Some are, I think it's a variety of fuel, gasoline, and the other two, or the other one just slipped my mind. Well, diesel's basically gasoline, but yeah, diesel. I was thinking petroleum, well, not petroleum, but a form of natural gas. Okay, can also help there. Huh?
Methane.
Propane. Thank you. Okay, so that's going to conclude this today. We have one more lesson, lesson 112, and that's a semi long one. Okay, hopefully we'll get through it on tomorrow, and then we're going to review on Wednesday, and then test on Thursday. Come back on, finish the test on Friday if we need to. But your homework tonight is just to read 270 to 274. And tomorrow night we will have our last homework of 11.3 in this chapter. So, about, if you're looking at your notes, lesson 114, we are going to have a trois des dest. Don't ask me what I was thinking. I was probably falling asleep or something. And put all that in. But anyway, okay, that's going to conclude today, just a little early. So read your work ahead if you want to on 11.3. Get anything else that you haven't done. Get off the mercy sheets. I'm calling them now mercy sheets, or trying to remember that. Okay, and get everything turned in. Deals, we'll see you later.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and turn that down a bit. We're on 6.7. We're talking about multiplying conjugates. Now, this is not the word conjugate in the form of to conjugate a verb. I know a lot of you guys are in Spanish, so conjugating verbs that you do in foreign language or even in English. This is not what we're talking about. There's conjugating, and then there's conjugate. Conjugate in this usage comes from the Latin, or comes from a Latin root. I don't know the exact root, but it comes from a Latin root that has the idea of marriage. Okay, so if you've ever heard the term conjugal visit, this is the type of conjugate we're talking about here, just cleaner. Okay, so they're complementary pieces. Okay, if that's, I'm trying to say this without being too graphic, but that's what the word means. Okay, so in this case here, okay, if we have two binomials that are the exact same, but they have different signs, we call them conjugates. All right, so if we have x plus 5 and x minus 5, they are the same term. Okay, right? You have x in both, you have 5 in both. The only difference is the sign in the middle.
You just multiply it.
Well, yeah, you're still just multiplying it, but there's a shortcut, and that's what we're teaching you guys today. Okay? There's a typo. Yep.
Oh, just to make sure, on that thing that you were showing, that's FOIL method, right?
Yes, I am showing FOIL, and I'm going to change it to black so it's a little easier to read, because that orange is not showing up. Ah, come on. Slideshow, presenter view, please. All right, so there we go. That should be a lot easier to read. So the only reason why I bring up the other thing is because conjugate in mathematics and science often gets used in that terminology, so knowing where the root comes from helps to understand what we're doing. So when we're multiplying conjugates, notice that what happens is that middle term subtracts completely away. Okay, so if you guys remember Friday when we were talking about squaring binomials where I told you if you don't get a middle term, you did something wrong? If the signs are opposite but everything else is the same, if you get a middle term, you did something wrong. Okay? So we get a special form here. This form down here actually has a special name. This is called, oh, rip. Please be quiet. This form here is actually called the difference of squares. Okay, you may have heard this term before. You will hear it plenty next chapter. Okay, but at least right now you should recognize that. Okay, it's a difference. Why? Because it's subtraction.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay, of squares because you have x squared and 5 squared, which is 25. Okay, so the shortcut here is you can just take the first thing times the first thing. Okay, last thing times the last thing, put a minus sign in between, and you're done. Okay, so that's the key here. But in order for this to work, you have to have the exact same first pieces, the exact same last pieces, opposite signs in the middle. Does that make sense? Okay, and the reason why we're covering this is a special case. Yes, this would naturally happen if you just foiled it and didn't pay attention. Okay, I understand that. The reason we go through this as a special case is because in later math, what happens is you get things where you want to force this situation. There are plenty of scenarios where we want to get rid of a middle term, or plenty of scenarios where we want to do something. So we'll actually do something to specifically bring in this case. All right, so we'll talk more about that later, but we need to talk about how to deal with it first. So let's say we have x plus 4 and x minus 4. Okay, first of all, what's the first thing squared?
X.
Okay, so we get x squared, put a minus sign. What's 4 times 4? It's not a trick question. Yeah, 16, you're done. That's the whole point. Because we know what's going to happen. We know that we're going to get the same middle term, opposite signs. I'm going to get negative 4x and positive 4x. That's going to subtract out. Does that make sense? When I go through and combine like terms. Okay, it's going to go away, so I don't need to write that step.
Okay. So just to clear up my mind, this is so easy. So when that happens, there's gonna be no x.
Right.
Okay.
Because essentially you get 0x, but if you take 0 times anything, it's 0. And then if you add or subtract 0, nothing happens. So we don't even bother writing it. Okay. Now, if you still went through and foiled and then combined like terms, you would still just get this at the end. That's fine. It's just why write it if you don't have to. I'm sorry, go ahead. Because that's what's going to happen. when you take the last, whoops, yellow and white's not going to work. When you take the last term times the last term, okay, that's how you get positive 5, negative 5, you get negative 25. So that negative is going to always be there every time you have conjugates. You're going to get the difference of squares. It's always going to be a subtraction problem. It's always going to be the first thing squared, the last thing squared. Again, first things have to be the same, last things have to be the same, opposite signs.
Okay, so it always has to be like this.
Yes, if it's not the same two things, it's not going to work. All right, moving on here. All right, so we get 3x, so we take 9x squared, because 3 times 3 is 9. Okay, 9x squared, slap a minus sign in the middle. 2 times 2 is? And you're done.
6.
Stop. No, seriously, don't put out wrong answers in this class. Not intentionally. Okay? All right, we good?
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, you need a minute? What's up? Again, that positive 2 times the negative 2 is going to give me negative 4. You have x times x. That's the definition of x squared. Good? Cool. All right, exercise C, last thing here. All right, you get 16x squared, because 4 times 4 is 16. X times x is x squared. I'm going to have a negative sign. Okay? 2 times 2 is 4. Now, this one's a bit trickier, but just pay attention. Y squared times y squared is what?
Y squared, wait, y squared times y squared?
Yeah. Y to the 4th.
Okay, times y squared.
Okay? Does that make sense? So don't get tripped up by extra exponents and things like that. Just take it one piece at a time. Okay? Again, and I'm just going to say this to reiterate, okay? Unless you see that it matches exactly with opposite signs, you can't do this. All right? We're only allowed to do this because it's the first and last thing is the same, opposite signs. That's the only way this is guaranteed to work.
Okay. So if it's not opposite signs, it's
If it's the same sign, then you have a squared binomial, see previous section. If it's different things inside, you have to just go through FOIL and figure out what the middle term is. So this is just a special case. All right?
that happens.
Your homework is practice 6.7 blue. Yes? Yes, please make sure you guys have your homework turned in, including 6.5 blue. I think you guys had to review it last week at some point. I could be wrong about that. But just make sure all your stuff's turned in either on Google Classroom or in person. And I know 6.6 blue was due today too. So make sure all that gets in here before too long. All right, any questions? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
La ventana. That's the only reason I asked you, okay? That's the only reason. How do you say roof or ceiling? No. How do we say? No, that's the sky. 96. But I'm just reviewing right now. No. El techo. Thank you. You're awake. Are you okay? Are you sick? You're tired? Okay. But same. Okay. What is the fireplace? I know, I'm reviewing. What's the fireplace? No. Chimenea. Okay, what is the chimney? Okay, both of those are the same. Balcony? Porch? The stairs. The hallway. He's asleep today. The hallway. Pasillo. Downstairs? Piso de abajo. You're reading these.
I'm on page 96, bro.
You're reading them.
Page 96. None of these are on page 96.
Is it on? The upstairs. You were reading them.
Hey, with this, a little one or small, or, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone know how to say bed? Bed. Cama. La cama. Okay? Cama. Also, we never say el cuarto de baño. We just say baño. Okay? You don't know how. You do not. I'm not el baño. Okay. Do not say el cuarto de baño. Okay? 'Cause that doesn't make sense. We never use el cuarto de baño. Okay, Jesse? Don't ever say el cuarto de baño. Okay? Why is your foot on top of the table? Oh. It's just gross. I can see your toes. Okay. The sink. We're not gonna say that word. Washstand. Who uses wash? Who says washstand? Let me go to the washstand and wash my hands. That's too proper. Ricky, you never use that word. You liar. You liar. You would say. You're gonna tell me that. You would say, I'm gonna go to the washstands and wash my hands.
Before my grandma makes dinner,
And then I can see you standing like this saying, may I use the washstand? All proper. No. Okay. Sure. Okay, how do you say sink? Huh? Sink. No. No. Lavamanos, okay? Page 96. Lavamanos. What do you guys say? Lavado? No. Lavado is like if you already washed something. A regadero. Yeah. Okay. The blanket. The blanket? La cobija. Blanket. Okay. The mirror. The mirror? El espejo. The dresser. We could say mueble o cómoda. I don't know. You guys never say cómoda? No? Who says el tocador? El tocador? Mueble o tocador? We'll use tocador, okay? So on number 3, the dresser, we're gonna use el tocador. Okay? The bathtub is we say well yeah we say yeah bañera o tina. Okay, but we'll say el baño since that's what they're using here. Okay. The drawer el cajón. The shower, la ducha. The closet, el armario. And the toilet, el excusado, el retrete. Really? For a toilet, what do you use? Douglas, what do you use for a toilet? Right? You say baño. What do you say? Yeah. El excusado, el retrete. Those are like very proper, like I don't think we ever like. Okay. We'll use el retrete. Yeah. El retrete. Okay? Say it with me. El retrete. Or do you guys want to do excusado? Excusado? Excusado is easier? El retrete. 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 Retrete o excusado. Retrete. Because it's a different word, so you'll be able to remember it easily. Excusado reminds me of excuse, like, you know? Okay. I'll read them in English. You guys read them in Spanish, okay? We'll do it in numerical order. We'll do it in numerical order. The bed. Sorry. The bed. The blanket. What is the blanket? Derek, what's the blanket? Huh? Where, are you on page 96? Okay, what's number 2? The blanket. La cobija. Number 3, Gabby, stop distracting people. Okay? Number 3, the dresser. What is it? The dresser. La cómoda, ¿no? La cómoda. The drawer. The closet. Okay, now the bathroom. How do you say the bathroom? El baño, okay? The sink. The sink. El lavamanos, okay? Literally what that means is wash hands. The mirror. What is it? El espejo, okay? The bathtub. La tina. Does it say tina or no? Oh, it says el baño. If you put la tina, el baño, what else do you guys use? La regadera es la ducha. No, the tub, the bañera. I'll take those, okay? The drawer. El cajón. The shower. The closet. El armario. El armario. Roll your R's. Armario. The toilet. No, do el retrete. El retrete. El retrete. No. Not el Pepe, okay? Retrete. Hey, you said it good. Say it again. Excusado, okay. Next one, 18B. The kitchen and the garden. We'll start with the kitchen. The refrigerator. No. No, refrigerator. El refrigerador, okay? The stove. La estufa. The oven. El horno. The sink. El fregadero. El fregadero. How do you guys say it? Lavado? And you? Regadero o fregadero? Oh, we say fregadero. For sink. Fregadero, yes. The cupboard. La alacena. Okay, do you guys say alacena? No? I say alacena. Oh, like, the cupboard? Yeah. Alacena? Where you put food or like the pantry? The pantry. Or pantry. We say alacena. Okay. Garden, how do you say garden? No. El jardín. Nala. El jardín, okay? Okay, the grass. La hierba. Okay. The lawn. We say césped or grama. We don't say el pasto. Do you guys say el pasto? Pasto? For the hierba, like hierba is like taller. Yeah. And then césped is like the shorter one. Okay, 8. The flowers. The flowers. The bushes. Los arbustos. And 10, the trees. Los árboles. Okay, let me read them in Spanish. I mean in English, you read them in Spanish. Me English, you Spanish. Okay, the refrigerator. Adrian, how do you say refrigerator? Oh, there you go. The stove. The oven. The sink. The cupboard. The grass. Alacena. The lawn. Say césped. Either word, I'm going to take it. It's okay. Or whatever you guys say it to. The flowers. The bushes. The trees. The bed. Oh, good job. The blanket. The bathtub. The drawer. The dresser. La cómoda. O el tocador. The closet. The toilet. The shower. The sink. And there's another one. There's another sink. What's it for? Fregadero. And the mirror. El espejo. Espejo. Okay? Espejito, espejito. Dime quién es el más inteligente aquí. Okay. Not you. Just kidding. The lawn. What's the lawn? El pasto. The flowers. Las flores. The bushes. The trees. What is it? Los árboles. The cupboard. La alacena. The grass. The grass. Say it again, Andrew. Hierba. La hierba, okay? The stove. La estufa. The oven. The sink. What is it? El fregadero. And the fridge. El refri o el refrigerador. You don't. Congelador. That's not Spanish though. Okay. What is the dining room? What's the dining room? El comedor. The kitchen? The bathroom? The basement. El sótano. The attic. El ático. The garage. Yes, we did. El garaje. The patio. El patio. The garden. Jardín, okay. The living room. La sala. The family room. La sala familiar. And the bedroom. El dormitorio o el cuarto. We say cuarto. Okay. Dormitorio o el cuarto. Okay, I'm going to write you new Bible verse up here. While I do that, tell me the vowels in Spanish. Vowels. I feel like the vowels in Spanish sound very similar to the short vowel sounds. Right? Okay? U. El burro sabe más que tú. Right? You guys should learn that and say that to someone one day. El burro sabe más que tú.
Say it to my dad.
Say it, okay. Say it like, okay. Say it with me. U. El burro sabe más que tú. Okay? Yes. Yes, pretty. Okay, who knows this? Who knows this verse in English?
I can't see it. If I could read,
I know. Well, there's no room here. Are these like your books still? No one has. Okay. It's Romans 8:28. Who knows it? Gabby, do you know it? Romans 8:28. Romans 8:28.
Basketball. Where's the J? Let me see if you did it right first.
Oh yeah. What is it? Okay. Does anyone know it? At all? Okay. I'm going to say in Spanish, Romanos 8:28. Y sabemos que a los que aman a Dios, todas las cosas les ayudan a bien. Listen. Okay, there's no room here, and I know you can't see it there. I'll try to bring it tomorrow, okay? And I'll leave some for you girls. I know you won't be here, but. Okay. Romanos 8:28. Listen. Okay? If you're able to see or you want to stand to read it, that's fine with me. Y sabemos, what is sabemos or saber? To know. Douglas. Eyes up here, okay? Y sabemos que los que aman a Dios, what is Dios? God. Todas las cosas, what is todas? All or everything. All cosas, things, les ayudan. Yes, les ayudan a bien. Okay? So, in English. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God. Okay? You guys, I like your blanket. Oh. Oh, I like your blanket. Okay. Listen. Romans 8:28. What do you think this verse is saying? And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. That if you what? It's more than just believing God. You can believe in God, yet it says the key word here is love God. Because one thing is to know about him, one thing is to okay, you'd say, I believe in him, but it takes more than just believing. It takes more than just that. Gabby, okay? When you love God, it changes the whole perspective. It changes everything. Gabby, stop talking. Okay? So, in Spanish, okay? Listen, when we take this quiz, I want you to write, in English, it doesn't matter, a little brief thing, like, according to you, what does this mean? To me, this means if I love God, even if I'm going through something rough, even if I'm going through something bad or something great, it doesn't matter. It says that it's for my good. Like, I don't see the outcome. I don't see the future. And, like, I'm teaching my kids about Noah. Imagine being Noah and God telling you it's going to rain, so you better do this ark. I want you to make this ark. Like, how much trust does that take? For you to, someone to tell you, like, God's going to flood, I'm going to flood this earth, so you better, I'm going to kill everyone, so you need to make this boat and save your family. Like, how illogical does that sound? Would you trust God? Like put yourself in his position. I'm like, no, give me the details of how is it going to rain, like, when is it going to rain? Exactly, they have never seen rain. So that's the kind of love, trust, relationship that I see in this verse. Like, everything, it doesn't matter, like, if it's good, bad, exciting, not exciting, sad. It says that all things work together for good. Obviously, as humans, we're going to question it. As humans, we're going to be like, I don't think this is good. Like, why? But at the end of the day, who knows better? Who knows better at the end of the day? Who has already rewritten your life, your whole story? God. Okay? But if you don't have the relationship with him, that's when everything will fall apart. That's when you're like, okay, like, that's when we tend to drift away, because what did you say? Oh. Okay, listen. But that's when, honestly, when things happen like that, that's when we drift away, because we blame God instead of, like, trusting him that what's happening, it's working together for my good. Okay? So, when we take this verse, tomorrow we'll review it. Girls, I know you won't be here, but write the reference down. I know you have your phones. You can look it up. We're going to be reviewing it here tomorrow, and when we take the quiz, we want to take it on Friday. Do you guys have a game on Friday or no? You do? Okay. Thursday? Okay, Thursday we'll take it. It's not that long. Thursday we'll take it, and then you'll write about what it means to you personally. Read it yourself, okay? Don't write what I just said, okay? Think about it. Meditate on it. Are you listening? Okay, what did I say? On what? Because why? Okay. Okay, and we'll see you tomorrow, guys. Whoever's going to be here. Girls. We might finish early Spanish and play volleyball. Just kidding. But you have to stay away from my kids because we can't play with them. To what? Go where? Go where? Like senior? Oh, Mr. Coro's your Bible teacher? You don't like him as the teacher? Huh? He's what? The Bible is boring?